All right, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I gotta be a little quiet this morning. Yo, yo, yo. Radical, what is up? Let's get some music going real quick. I'm doing good, Radical. I'm feeling a lot... That's loud. I'm feeling a lot less sick. I got my whole family sick, though, so that's unfortunate. But, yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How about yourself? Good, good, good. Glad to hear that. All right. Let's figure out what's going on here. The first load of the day is always the slowest. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta grab something off the porch. Still waiting on a computer part that I got for Avery. I don't know why it hasn't come yet. It should be here today, hopefully. Amazon unboxing on stream, ASMR. Unboxing moment, so real. Socks and boxers and a toothbrush. All right. Oh yeah, we changed the background. This is a Battlefield 5 concept art. Okay. So about 459 of these are ignorable. So this is what we've got to fix. Okay, this is something that's been in the game for a while, so we can ignore that. And the rest of those are other mods. This I can't figure out why it's happening, so I'll just remove that. This is also associated with base game. So in all reality, we have less than 200 actual errors. The rest of those are flags or things that I can fix with like a few lines of code. Hearts of Iron 4. Underscore songs. Okay. Now, that means that these are solved. My opinion on Breaking Bad. Oh, my bad. I had the mic muted because I was sneezing. Breaking Bad is a pretty good show. I'm still a little sick, by the way, but Breaking Bad is a pretty good show. It's just meme to death. Sorry I'm so quiet right now. My family is still asleep, so I just can't talk too loud or too much. Oh god, I'm gonna put some of these socks on now. It's kind of cold out. Oh shit, I forgot to watch Death of Stalin. Hmm. Oh god, the stretch. The stretch is real. Joe Biden is a figment of everybody's imagination. He's a collective rendition of all our fears. Okay, so I can delete these. I can delete opinion on the Pringles, man? I don't even know who that is. Oh gosh. Morning, Inkspot. How you doing today? Doing good, doing good. We're under 1,000 errors now, so making a lot of progress. It was at 84,000 when I started this. Not the stream, but in general, I'm working on errors. Yeah, it is pretty good. Units, name divisions. Yeah, I'm feeling okay. Just getting over a sickness. Excuse me, sorry. Nationalism is not a valid ideology. Characters. $9.32. Oh, I see. This is officially becoming a political stream after that statement. So true. So true. Time to discuss the differences between nationalism and patriotism. Nah. Nah, I'm too tired to fucking do that shit. On actions. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Buildings. Destin Restin, welcome, 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 welcome. Fish, very accurate. Joe True, one might even say. I am bug fixing errors in the Europa Erwache mod. Hell yeah, I'm glad you like the soundtracks, man. Thank you very much. I have not read Panzer's Push for Victory. Sounds like an interesting book, though. The Wehrmacht despised the SS. I will return. You guys hash it out in the comments. Now, I don't know the exact reason why the Wehrmacht hated the SS. Let's get into it. Yeah, competition, really. That's the best way to describe it. They fought over supplies, they fought over training, they fought over, like, generals, manpower, everything. They had to fight over everything. The entire war. Well, I mean, they did fight together. They had to fight together. They had no choice, but they definitely didn't enjoy it. They would have rather been the only organization defending and fighting for Germany. Okay, I'm gonna relaunch the game and I'm gonna see what we got. Yeah, it is. It is a good thing to know. It's an interesting fact. The infighting within the NSDAP and the German Reich at the time is very intriguing. Okay, I think I want to take care of these flags right now. Sheesh. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, these are mostly just flags, errors. So, like, the game is... We changed the ideologies from, like, 4 ideologies to 8 ideologies. So Democratic got split into 2, liberalism and conservatism. And the game identifies flags with a ideology marker within the name of the flag. So you have to change the name of the flag for the game to recognize that you are adjusting the political party. Oh, there were some very big code changes needed, admittedly. Like I'll show you this one file. There were 84,000 errors. I've gotten it down to under under 1,000. But like this file had to be completely readjusted, and it's over 1 million lines of code. 1.248 million, in fact. Holy shizzles. Nice. Okay, Spanish Republic. Here, let's go through this. So, this is saying that paratrooper attack is not recognized by the game. So we need to figure out what's going on with that and fix it, and then that error will go away. So for example, like... I don't know. I can't. This one specifically, I can't figure out right now. I've been working on it all morning, but like this one is just saying neutrality is not a recognized ideology, because again we've replaced it with two different ideologies in its place: nationalism and authoritarianism. This is referencing AI strategy. That actually should be an easy fix. Oh, easy. Look at that. Alright, let's keep working on these flags. Romania. Oops. Oh, I gotta stretch. I gotta stretch. That was weird. I don't know what just happened to the stream. I did know yawning is like a virus, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Wi-Fi right now. My connection isn't very strong at the moment for some reason. On God, I do. Yeah, it sounds like they didn't go very well, huh? Could be worse. That's good. Oh, nah, cancel that. Oh, nah. Fuck, man. Fuck. Oh my god, is there really no good way to do this? Alright, I'm gonna try the software, gang. On God, it's a sketchy ass download, but I gotta try it. Oh, yup. You know this shit's legit, my boy. Okay, let's do this. What do I gotta do? What do I gotta do? Match. Replace. Authority. No. No, neutrality. Authoritarianism. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. So, Radical, who won the election? What's happening over there in Slovakia? Alright, let's check this out. Let's check this out. Let's check this out. Let's see if it worked. We're sub 600, guys. Hold on. We're sub 600. Hold on. Okay. Okay, hold on. I think I'm actually gonna start over here, guys. Hold on. I know this is probably silly, but... Alright, we're gonna try this again. Yeah, we're gonna try this again. We're gonna try this again. Okay. Now all that's going to be left are the conservatism countries, gang, and those are very few. Oh, wait, back to menu. Hold on. Oh, look at that. We're only missing a few. Alright, still sub 600. Not a lot has changed, but we'll check it out. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Cambodia doesn't even exist yet. Or Angola, or Botswana, or Bahrain. Yes, that was an interesting misspelling. So the UK, Czechoslovakia, Australia, and Chile. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm back. Um, Interesting. Okay. Oh my god, I gotta stretch again. My back fucking hurts. Fuck. What's up, Sir Llamalot? How you doing today? Good to hear that. Good to hear that. That is kind of funny. Forgive me, guys. Sorry. I'm really trying to get over this sickness, but it's whooping my butt. All right, time to drink some water. Good stuff. Oh my god, guys. Sub 350. Sub 350. Mustafa, what's up? We got Mustafa, Radical, and Sir Llamalot. We're all here today. Let's go. No, class in 20 minutes, no. Speaking of 20 minutes, I should probably take my medicine. ASMR moment 100%. I will mute myself when I take my medicine, though, because it does not sound fun. I have returned. The prodigal son is back. I'm just gonna run it, see what happens. Brezhnev eyebrows? Nah. Look at that man's eyebrows, man. Look at those fucking eyebrows, man. Look at that 1,000-yard stare, my boy. No, I did not mean to unpin from taskbar. I hate that. Rudolph Hess got those Brezhnev eyebrows. That's crazy. Hess is just the interim leader between Hitler's death And God, between Hitler's death and the Civil War, he's just there to, be a transitionary leader. I don't think he had the willpower to lead Germany. I don't think he was as. I don't see him being another version of Hitler. I can see all the other three doing that, you know? have returned again. Bro got noodles. Bro is finna chow down on some noodles. Opinion on the French. That's my opinion. Thank you for helping us during our revolution. Nah, I cannot get banned, my boy. I'm busy grinding for these watch hours. Holy shit, we're almost sub 300, gang. Actually, technically we are sub 300 right now. How many is this? Oh shit, we're way under. Alright, see you later, Mustafa. Have a good one. So 305 minus 165? Jack Black is a pretty funny guy. I like his films, but that's, yeah, I don't know why his last name is Black, because he's white. Yeah, more like Jack White, says my brother. One sec, I'm gonna mute. Okay, so we've technically got 140 bugs to solve. And these ones can also be ignored for now. So 305 minus 174, 131. I think I can fix all of these ones really quick. Alright, let's just focus on this section here. Oops. Right here is what we're going to fix. At line 1,245,837. Alright. Let's do it. One, 2, 5, 8, 3, 7. One. Oh, that's 9, 1, 9. 1, 1, 9. I need 1, 2, 5. I need 1, 2, 5. One, 2, 4, 5. Aha. Shit. Oh my god, this shit is lagging. 1.2 million lines of code lags, I guess. And of course I hit enter instead of the actual thing I wanted to do. Do I enjoy this? In what capacity?
He enjoys knowing that people are going to enjoy playing it later.
Yeah.
But he definitely doesn't enjoy this tedious stuff.
Yeah, I don't enjoy the tedious aspect of this, but I enjoy making things and, like, providing fun. You gonna play some more Zone?
Huh?
What'd you say?
I said, unlike this, Squigga Zone.
Yeah, true. You know what, dog? I'm just gonna fucking finally, holy Christ. Are you gonna play Warzone?
If I am, I'll be playing Hot Trip.
That's fine, I'll join you still. I want to take a break from this. But if you're gonna play multiplayer, I'm good.
Just said there was 1,900 days left of this season. 19,000 days left of this season.
Yeah, it says that every time it glitches.
19,861.
Okay.
Doesn't that look like the ball from the movie?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what that reminded me of.
Saving the biggest file in existence. Oh, Everybody in the house is sick right now. It's not just me, gang.
Nothing fun on multiplayer, so yeah, I'm playing Warzone.
Okay, hold on. I'll join you in just a second.
Boy, just a second is just a second too long.
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Crash already. Fuck me. Alright, Radical, it's time for some Warzone, brother. Crash Simulator, yeah, baby! This is basically what Hoi 4 is, yeah. Yep.
That's how you get to play Call of Duty.
Hmm?
That's how you get to play Call of Duty.
Like that, with that little tiny screen?
Yep.
Nice. Be very detailed. I'd probably get crazy FPS.
Still probably lag.
Yeah, I probably would. Laggy ass piece of shit ass game. Nah, my brother is whipping and nay-naying. Now watch me nay-nay. Check out this new toothbrush I got.
Yeah.
I'm finna be able to brush the shit out of my teeth.
Bro's got shit in his teeth.
Okay, fuck you. I'm eating Cheez-Its after that.
To be honest, you said it, not me.
Well, to be honest, you said it, not me. I don't think your brother is mentally okay, says Radical.
Thank you, Radical. It's a compliment around here. Here, I'll bring myself back into normal parameters.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up and stand by. Enemy soldier incoming. All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
mark.
I got loadout.
Way to keep it tight.
Nice.
Supply box UAV is inbound.
Already got red sight.
Nice.
Fill up. Head to the
I got
safe
blue
zone.
and green.
Green boost.
There's a red sight downstairs right here, brother. Grab that as soon as you can. Another one down here.
High focus.
Dropping some armor. We got a field upgrade active here.
And he just took all of my plates.
Are you for real?
Hey, bro, is there any way you could drop me like 3 plates? You took mine. Cool.
Damn, I'm sorry, brother.
Gonna try to do. Oh, dead. That's where our team is.
Fucking dog shit player. Uruguay, it sounds cooler.
You're a gay.
Paragay. It's even worse.
Bear gays.
Exactly. Uruguay, Paragay. Which one do you want? Exactly.
Destroy the country with democracy. Eagle screech.
Eagle Screech. I've been live for 2.5 hours, gang.
The F-40s dive in.
As the F-40s dive in. That was his Eagle Screech.
Oh shit, I'm being nationalistic. Oops. I hate my country, guys. My bad.
Check your weapons, check your gear. We're holding for deployment.
We got a full squad this time. Let's go.
Ain't that real, though?
So Joe Real. Joe Real, one might even say. It's so Jover for everybody. That was a jump scare, says fucking Radical.
Well, now you're awake. You're welcome.
I'm here, brother.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Taking effective fire.
What an idiot. He literally just stared at you the entire time.
Bruh just stole my kill. He didn't even realize that guy was there, dude. What an idiot.
Time's over. Stand
What
by
a
for
dumbass
deployment to the war
idiot.
zone.
Throwing grenade.
Yeah. What he said. What a dummy idiot.
Yeah, dumbass. Sorry, Radical. Had to do a jump scare again.
I trip. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
We're not landing there.
Be advised.
Nah,
gas
we're
is
landing
closing
top of
in.
prison.
Proceed to the safe zone.
First
Enemies are
ever
dropping into
top
the
of
area.
prison jump. You ready to cook, brother?
I'm ready to cook.
I got a longbow.
I do as well.
Got a swarm of spy drones on our ass. Shut them down.
Crack that guy on you. Downed him. Down this guy. I'm the best.
Marking the rest of them. Your squad
Yeah,
mates
you
is
are
safe
ass,
zone.
bro.
Did he say that?
He said, I'm ass, bro.
Damn.
Yeah. He missed
All
every single
drones
shot of him.
neutralized. That's what I like to see.
Crack that guy over there. Damn, he jumped all the way up. Behind me, behind me. Crack.
Oh.
Down. All I have is a longbow. Oh, he had his loadout. Or a loadout gun. Oh, mortar strike and another team! Fuck.
I gotta run.
Yeah, run. He's on me. I was cooking, bruh. I don't even care that that guy killed me, bruh. I was cooking. That was fun as fuck. 3 kills with the longbow off drop. Bro, it's just ass. I'm landing on you, brother.
No! Don't! No!
Were they on you?
Yes, on my body.
Oh, he ran!
Hostile mosquito is online. Hostiles deploy the mosquito.
He's jumping out the window again. Bottom.
We are returning you to the front. Earn this. Got spy drones in your AO. Handle them.
I'm the best.
Marking enemy.
Get to the safe zone. You're losing ground. Move it. Drones are down and out. Hell of a job.
Damn, that shit is quick to do. How much money that get us? That gets us a good amount of fucking money. What? We gotta start doing those. No cap.
Moving here.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Brother, where you at?
Moving here.
I'm hiding on the top of this tower right now.
Uh,
What?
no.
No, what?
I'm out of zone. I was gonna ask you to fly to me, but
Moving here.
there's no point.
Cancel that. Marking
Okay.
enemy.
Nah, cause I'm the last one right now.
No, I'm alive.
Enemy sniper.
Damn, I got all divisions but the good one.
You got reinforcements inbound.
Alright, our teammates are redeploying this.
Hostile guardian has been deployed.
Shit. Shit. Shit.
Enemy soldier
Oh,
incoming.
there's another one. Jesus. Bro, you're not even his teammate. You're such a fucking faggot, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, and then you died. Fucking pussy bitch.
Fire sales
I literally had 2 snipers. What was I supposed to do?
Brother, don't get mad. It's okay.
It's just annoying. That's all. I wish I could get better guns.
Yeah, I know. That's the one thing about this is it's like not, it's not localized at all.
Time for
It's just
vengeance.
like,
You're
no
redeploying.
time to lose.
Right, right.
Move to the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
Enemy sniper.
Damn it.
Shit. They were everywhere, dude.
Advise you load up now.
He fucking had high alert. Because of course he had fucking high alert, bro. Yeah, and you're dead too.
No.
Only 25 remain.
Don't.
Wow. Okay.
W. Yeah, that's a really good jump spot. I use that.
Go get
I'm
after
following you.
I'm landing where we load out.
Squad mates redeploying. Well done.
Enemy movement.
Fuck. I'm dead, dude. God damn it.
Ah! Oh, these niggas are fat.
Hostile Guardian is active.
These guys really suck.
These guys are dookie.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Stand by for redeployment.
I was just trying to get loadout because loadout disappears after this zone,
Yeah.
which
Sniper.
really sucks, man.
You've got reinforcements
Moving
inbound.
here.
Like if you don't get it, you are
Marking
F.
it. Moving here.
Hey, Ken's in zone. Let's land Ken.
What? Oh shit.
Use the redeploy. Is there one anywhere near? No, there's. It's okay. I'm just trying to make it. Good shit. Do some damage. That's
Some
alright.
of your squads
If I get
outside
some
the safe
plates.
zone.
And just try and loot quick.
High focus.
Nice, you got high focus. Fuck yeah, brother.
Loot blast. Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. Enemy soldier incoming.
They all gave the fucking double loot, bro. Shit is pissing me off. Here you go, brother. That's a good Lockwood.
Shotgun here.
680.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Let's get up before zone closes. You might take some damage going up this ladder, that's okay.
I don't have any plates to replace it with.
I have plates.
No, I'm good.
Grab that.
Blue if you need it.
Yep, I need blue and last is red. Here, brother. Come to me.
Ammo here.
Trying to find you some extra plates. I key. Big box. No big box. Nice, I got high focus.
Nice.
Here.
Thank you. Opinion on SpongeBob.
Gas is moving.
Doodle Bob's better.
There's an enemy squad.
Yeah, for real.
Bro is the villain that we all wanted to be. The misunderstood villain.
Your squad mates redeploying. Well done.
My bad.
Yeah.
Dropping some armor.
Hit that plate box. That's mine. I'll pick it back up.
Resurgence is about to end. Make
The
it
gas
count.
mask?
Yeah, the gas mask and the plate box, and the mini box. But it's fine. You can have the gas mask.
No, I tried to drop. I tried to drop it.
Sniper spotted.
Hit the plate box. Bro.
Sorry, I didn't know you dropped it. My bad.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Okay, bro. Because you're just the best sniper.
On my way up.
I was so frustrated.
Okay.
Be advised, enemies deploying. Deploy to buy station.
Should we be running with those guys?
We're just pushing to get kills. I mean, if you want.
I'd pick up this precision dev. I already have one.
Here.
Grab that cable.
Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game.
Nice. They're calling in
Loadout
loadout.
drop inbound.
Friendly mortar strike on the way.
They're running. Go ahead.
Bounty targets are up. Get after 'em.
Looks like he's going for bounty.
We should move, brother.
The enemy lost track of you. Good work down there.
Both of our fucking dumbass teammates have fucking perished. We're going to buy them back.
I'm just gonna try to stay alive.
Objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Right in front of us.
Enemy buy station deployed.
Bunch of fucking retards. That's why you don't fucking just push randomly, dumbass. Like, do you want to win?
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Nah, bro. What are you doing?
So you don't pick up the gas mask.
Of course he doesn't, because he's a retard. He's gonna buy back the other guy.
Yep. Even though I have money to buy us all back.
Yep.
You realize I could have bought us all back, right? Now we have to do this one by one bullshit that's most likely to get us killed.
Sniper spotted.
Finish your mission. Take them down.
Marking enemy.
Only 4 remain. Finish the job. Be advised, resurgence is
Last
no
three are
longer
down there.
active.
They just
This
killed
is
me.
for keeps.
It's a full squad?
It's a 1v3.
I'm stuck.
His can shoot through the wall for some reason. W? No, W. You didn't give them the kill. You didn't give them the kill. W. Those were the guys that killed us rotating to prison too. Bam! No kill for you guys. Oh, it might have counted.
Of course it did.
And then they shoot bodies because they're horrendous at the game.
but let's drop the overtime hero.
Allah is stronger.
So where's the triple?
Use this time for some target practice. Real things coming soon. All stations, green light. We are deploying to the war zone. High trip. Stay alive to keep your squad in the fight. Gas is approaching on your position. Move to the safe zone. Secure the supply boxes. Locations are marked on your TAC map. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Supply box secured. 2 to go. 2 supply boxes secured. 1 remaining. All supply boxes secure. Contract complete. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Hostile Guardian has been deployed.
I am back. I had to get coffee.
Armor box. And got loadout ammo right here. Ooh, I'm picking up
The
stim.
safe zone is far from your location. Get moving, pronto.
Hostile Guardian is active.
Ooh,
Hostile mortar
oh.
strike near your position.
Fire sale is active.
Dropping some
Buy
armor.
station prices are adjusted.
Did you get yours?
No, you pick mine up. Thank you.
There are 24 enemies active. Kill them all.
So you get some gummies too.
Oh, I was just about to open that one.
Here, red gummy right there.
I got a green gummy here,
Enemy squad marked you as a
red gummy here.
Eye
That's
focus.
literally the most important.
I know.
Red, green, and blue actually, because blue makes you reload faster as well.
Okay.
Ooh, we're going back towards oopsies. Sounds like a button.
I went upstairs, brother.
Oh.
I'll meet you down again.
Our teammates are going crazy.
They kind of are, low key.
Enemy marked.
Lucky, I just heard one of them say that.
Friendly precision airstrike inbound.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. You've got reinforcements inbound. Loadout drop headed your way.
Oh, that's blue.
Fill up. Fire sale's done. Prices are back to normal.
One's down out there in the gas.
Yep, I got him.
Gas is
Good shit.
closing in.
There's one pushing below.
Squad mates back on station. Good work. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
Woo! Yo. Shit is starting to cook up, brother. I got
You
four
got
people
reinforcements inbound.
spectating me. Yo, peek me, anybody. These guys keep running. That guy's dead.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work. Only 10 left.
Where you at, brother?
Upstairs.
You want to get closer to me? Ooh, oh, fuck. Stay on the wall.
Your squad mates redeploying.
Don't
Well
have
done.
Any eyes on anybody? Nice. Durable gas mask.
I got a stealth plate carrier.
W. Well, if you have your... Yeah, you have your ghost class, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Ghost gives you... Nice. Another durable. Grab that, brother. Oh, yo. Wait. It's a 4v3. What the
Dropping into
fuck?
the AO.
I just saw one of them redeploy behind us.
Loot blast. Advise you head to the safe zone. You got a lot of ground to cover.
Trying to get to you.
Hostile located.
He's one. He's really low. Damn.
My bad. I didn't know where he went. The other guys are on him though.
Drop me money, we'll get a UAV to get all of us there. Good shit, you did the same thing I did.
Yep.
You guys killed them all. What do you mean, where did
Our
everybody
recon's
go?
overhead.
Last guy's on us! This is ours, brother.
Yep. He's running. Oh, he's running!
Holy shit, bro, it's Kobe.
No, he's Usain Bolt, my boy.
Oh, what the fuck?
What would I do if I went to the toilet and I saw Skibbity toilet?
No.
I would shit myself, bruh. Come on now, you know that.
We win?
Nuh-uh.
Wait, what?
No, we don't.
Where? We had
His friend must have redeployed. It's not disabled yet.
Yo, where?
Enemy movement.
Get his ass!
Damn, you all got to fucking deploy.
Our teammates are saying trying to execute him.
No
And
way.
they both died. I don't even know where this freak is at. Oh, right here. He's one. He's low. One shot.
Redeployment time reduced. Move to the safe zone. You got gas moving in.
So where's his teammate at?
He just spawned in over here.
Yep. Fuck, bro. Get in the car. Get in the whip. Get in the whip.
What whip? Oh, drive it over here.
It's back on station. Good work.
Fuck our teammate.
Resurgence window is ending. Watch your
Resurgence
six.
is closing. Minute and a half. Ow! Yo, that thing rolled back and almost ran me over.
Nah. I'm trying to have bands,
Yo,
bruh.
Are we finna win? Can we win? Bro! I just wanna win. This is like the funniest Reaper game I've ever had. We're hunting down one squad while Resurgence is still active.
This man is ratting for his life.
Our
There's no way
recon's
you
overhead.
guys go.
Here's more money.
He's definitely not finna get us all. Bro, you suck. These guys suck.
Low key, they do.
Resurgence has closed. No more second chances.
Let's go. Resurgence finally closed.
You've
He's got claymores.
inbound.
Get his bitch ass!
No way. He fumbled. Yes.
Oh my god, I thought he actually fumbled, bro. I was gonna be so pissed
Finally,
off.
bro. Holy shit.
I tried to stick him, that's the only reason.
That was one squad by zone 3.
That was the craziest
What the
game of
fuck
fucking
just
Rebirth.
happened?
I would shit myself. Radical, I would shit myself.
Well done. The threats are still pouring in. Let's get you out of there.
Bro, it was one squad by 3rd zone. I was like, what the fuck is going on, dog? I saw like a list of like 8 players timing out, so that's at least 2 squads, but I don't know about everybody else. Yes!
Let's go. Let's go.
On your new
Laptop?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, cause look at that second squad. It's literally one.
Oh my god. How many solos?
Bruh. There's a third
3,
and a fourth.
4.
Wow.
So at least 4 squads were solos.
Why can't we get that more often?
Oh god.
I'll probably do one more, brother.
Okay.
What would you do if you went to the toilet and you saw Skibbity Toilet? Jesus Christ, man.
I think Radical just thinks all Americans like a Skibbity Toilet.
Yeah, do you think everybody likes Skibbity Toilet, Radical? What's the dealio here? What's going on? What's poppin'? America hates Skibbity Toilet.
Little kids like Skibbity Toilet.
Children like Skibbity Toilet. I ain't no children, my boy.
Are you sure?
Gen Alpha? What the fuck is Gen Alpha, my boy? Gen Z is the last generation. Dev, I'm just making a joke about the alphabet.
I know. But I'm still saying no.
And you're a menace for that.
Yep. That is. Be a menace to Dawn and make people laugh.
Be a menace to lawn and make people daft.
Gear up fast, we're about to get evil.
Gear up fast. We're about to get evil.
You know what else is about to get evil. Horrendous aim. That's right. That's right. That's right.
I'm actually chat banned.
He said, "You seen that hero?" And teabag. Yeah, the other hero saw that, but you can't use text chat. You can be banned from it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm shadow banned too. Yeah, I know, but only you can. I can't talk in proxy chat anymore, and I can't hear proxy chat anymore.
Prep time's over, now you deploy to the war zone.
Oh god.
Himmler got that 4chan look.
More
No,
like
that's a
4chan
fact.
look.
Oh my. That was comical, I agree.
You broke your shit.
No, I'm hitting enter to try to chat.
I know, but it broke it. Your thing came out. Your name came out of the plan. That's not supposed to happen.
I'm just dropping.
Cam.
Yeah, they're going Kim, let's go. Oh no, they're not going Kim, we're going Kim, my bad. It's really hard to tell who's who when we have the fucking... There's two out there, there's two out there.
There's 3 out there. Yeah.
Yeah! Yeah, damn.
Go get your revenge. Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. Enemy soldier incoming.
Bruh.
Moving to my mark.
Oh my god, dude.
Enemy movement.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work. You're getting another chance. Make it count. Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location.
You want that crate?
Strike in the area.
Okay.
Enemy movement in the AO.
Head to the safe zone. Gas is closing in. Enemies dropping into the AO.
Overpound here.
Okay, got it.
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
Moving.
Oh, that's you over there. You're pink this time.
Enemy movement.
Hostile motor strike near your position.
Moving to my left. Moving here.
Guys down.
I have to finish him. He was self-resing.
We located the rest of them.
There's a custom weapon.
Moving here.
Enemy
Pushing that.
soldier incoming.
No, I'm not. Plate or gas is coming.
On my left. Hostile located.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Hostile motor strike in the area.
Only 25 left. Keep
Oh.
up the good work. Fire sale's over. Adjusting price.
To our right. Plating. On us.
I got him! Oh! I saved our teammate!
Left behind. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map.
I'm stuck standing. I can't lay
No,
down.
you're fine.
Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now. Enemies dropping into the AO.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Damn, I was just about to fly to you.
Literally one shot too. He cracked me before I could even. He downed me in 6 shots.
Enemies are
Damn.
in the area.
With
With
what?
What? Oh, he cracked me with the Moors and then hit 5 shots on me with an SMG. Okay.
Oh.
I was about to be so pissed. And I lost
Loot
it.
blast.
And loadouts.
You've got reinforcements inbound. Get to the safe zone. Gas is moving.
One shot, bro.
He's on the roof?
Yep.
Okay.
He's in the tower.
No shit.
My station right here.
Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. You got a loadout drop inbound.
I'm landing back on top.
Okay.
Bro. This guy is such a fag. And now you have and now it's the guy that killed me earlier with the Moors. He's up there somehow. With his loadout. Didn't see him push up the tower at all. But there he is. Sure, bud. Shit is ridiculous. If you want to go to loadout, that's
You're the
way.
last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy. You got reinforcements inbound. 10 remaining. Keep pushing.
I'm alive.
Okay.
It's icy.
I'm gonna push for loadout.
Your squad mates back on station.
That nigga's lit. Oh, my bad.
Head to the safe zone. Confirmed and we located the rest of them.
What?
Just shoot me through the walls.
I didn't even know that was possible. My bad. Excuse my language, guys. He locked onto me through the wall.
Oh, you got pinged. By that
Oh, I didn't know.
when you downed him.
Get ready.
Makes sense. That actually makes sense.
Squad mates redeploying. Well
The
done.
headquarters loadout on the
Stand by for redeployment.
Damn it. Going for my loadout, bro. There's
Everybody there.
Oh, it's 40k. Killed me fucking again, bro. He's downstairs, too. 2 downstairs picking up guns.
So that gun is dog shit.
Just using the same thing, brother.
And he had another plate. I didn't have 3.
Armor box over here.
Time for vengeance. You're redeploying.
Movement in the AO.
He's landing on the roof.
Deactivated. This is the end game.
He's dropping on you. He's looking at you.
He's down.
Okay.
Teammates up there trying to res.
I got the kill. I got the kill. I'm dead, though. Nice.
Quad wipe. Good shit, Don.
I baited him.
Yep, I'll buy you back. Don't worry about it. One of us will.
It's either a 3v3 or a 3v2v1. Oh, my bad, or a 2v2v2.
Made it to the top 5.
What the
Bro
fuck was he
threw a
using?
C4 at my face. and
Failure ain't
exploded it.
fatal. It's just an opportunity to do better.
That's crazy.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not.
Oh, this guy down here did. I thought you were talking about the guy up top. I was like, there's no way in hell. We tried, brother.
Fine work, but enemy reinforcements are streaming in. Let's get you back.
It was a 2v4. God damn. I was off by a lot. I said that was my last one, bro. Hopefully it'll let me back out this way, because it just fucked everything up.
That's the only thing bro said during our gameplay.
Yeah, basically. I think he's offline now.
Oh, well, you also have it on top chat, brother.
Oh, I do? What? Oh.
There we go. Bing chilling.
Bing chilling. That's right, brother.
I am not Bing chilling.
My
I am
name...
Bing firing.
My name is Bing Chili.
And I am chilling. Bing chilling.
Oh, God. Oh, God. I gotta show you a clip from The Office now.
Oh, God. It's a fat guy, so it's gotta be good chili, right?
It's good chili.
Oh, no. Bro, put laxatives in it.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili. The trick is to undercook the onions. Everybody is going to get to know each other in the pot. I'm serious about this stuff. I'm up the night before, pressing garlic and dicing whole tomatoes. I toast my own ancho chilies. It's a recipe passed down from Malone's for generations. It's probably the thing I do best.
I love that show.
Just monotone monologue over that is so perfect. It's been passed through my family for generations.
Oh, God, that's funny.
That's hilarious is what that is.
Yes.
Jesus.
I'm glad you think so. Oh, man, that's good stuff.
Kevin's least famous chili.
And nobody gets to try it.
Chili.
Oh, my
No,
God.
he's gonna make everybody try it now. Manifest time.
extracting the Germans from Soviet territory, yielding successful offensives in regions such as Rostov and Moscow. Despite initial victories that pushed the Germans back and stabilized the Eastern Front by March 1942,
I will return.
subsequent operations, like the offensive at Kharkov and the Caucasus, encountered setbacks, allowing for German advances. These setbacks show the complexities and challenges faced by the Soviet forces as they sought to regain lost ground and repel the invading German armies. By the end of June 1942, the Germans resumed Operation Blue, pushing hundreds of kilometers into the Caucasus region. However, it was in this theater of operations that a shift began to occur, with the Red Army displaying a degree of flexibility and adaptability. In 1942, amidst the brutal battle for Stalingrad, Stalin issued one of the most crucial directives to all commanders, Red Army soldiers and political commissars: Order Number 227, famously known as the Not One Step Back Order. This order epitomized the uncompromising resolve of the Soviet leadership in the face of enemy aggression. It demanded
Sorry about the ad.
dedication and sacrifice from every soldier, emphasizing that retreat was not an option. They were to fight to the last breath, holding their ground at all costs. 24,000 plus soldiers were reassigned to penal units, where they were sent back into the thick of battle, facing certain death, while well over a few thousand faced execution by firing squad. This data indicates that resorting to shooting panicked soldiers was not the primary objective. Rather, it was considered a measure of last resort, rather than just firing at soldiers simply moving backwards on the battlefield. But regardless, this was a massive contribution to the insane scale of death in Stalingrad. After halting the German advance at Stalingrad and in the Caucasus, the Red Army launched a massive counterattack along the entire front. During that winter, the Red Army launched 4 major operations, with only the Uranus and Saturn operations proving successful despite ultimately suffering setbacks with Manstein's counter-offensive at Kharkov. The North Star and Mars operations, on the other hand, ended in resounding failure. With Operation Mars almost becoming a second Stalingrad, the Soviet deaths were absolutely horrific. The battle for Zhev, a crucial strategic sector on the Eastern Front, was marked by grim and pitiless fighting, resulting in staggering losses for both the Soviet forces. For instance, during the Zhev-Vyazma strategic offensive operation from January to April 1942, the Red Army suffered over 750,000 casualties, with nearly 275,000 fatalities. The ferocity of the combat and the relentless nature of the fighting, with massive Soviet human wave tactics against harsh dug-in German positions. In total, over the span of 15 months, Russian combat losses along the Rzhev axis reached approximately 500,000 dead, with at least twice as many wounded. Although German losses were comparatively smaller in numerical terms, their impact was still devastating, especially considering the chronic manpower shortages faced by the Ostheer in the east. German forces consistently inflicted significantly higher casualties on their adversary, maintaining a positive casualty exchange rate. Nevertheless, German losses amounted to several hundred thousand, with perhaps over 100,000 fatalities.
I remember the battles at Rzhev vividly, as if they were yesterday. The chaos and carnage were unlike anything I had experienced before. Bodies littered all over the ground, comrades beside me, their faces frozen in eternal agony. We were caught in a relentless onslaught, waves of enemy soldiers hurling themselves at us without hesitation. I was thinking, did these guys even fear death at all? At first, we couldn't comprehend their strategy. It seemed senseless, suicidal even. They charged at us, disregarding their own lives, as if they were mere pawns in a game of death. We held our ground, our weapons blazing, cutting down the advancing horde with ruthless efficiency. Their tanks rolled forward, imposing and harsh, wreaking havoc upon our ranks. But still we stood firm, refusing to yield an inch of ground at that time. As the battle raged on, confusion turned to grim determination. We may not have understood their tactics, But we knew one thing for certain. We would not be defeated, and Ivan would do anything to kill us. Each wave of attackers met with a wall of steel and fire, their cries drowned out by the roar of battle. Yet still they came, their numbers seemingly endless. Their commanders were sending young men to their deaths.
Despite discussing battles where the Soviets suffered immense casualties from 1941 to 1942, it's important to note
Young men to their deaths. Their cries drowned us. Each wave of attackers met with a wall of steel and fire, their cries drowned out by the roar of battle. Yet still they came.
41 to 1940.
My opinion on global warming? I think it's bad, I think it's real, and I think a lot of people are denying reality. It's scary as fuck, and it really worries me because if we're the future of this planet as the youth of the Earth, like, how are we supposed to inherit a dead planet and succeed? Like, what do we do? It's terrifying. But I try not to think about that too often.
42. It's important to note that the hardest challenges were still ahead for them. While the battles previously mentioned were undoubtedly grueling, the Soviet Union would soon face even greater trials and tribulations in death. Between July 1943 and June 1944, the Red Army endured yet another harrowing chapter, experiencing approximately 8.5 million casualties, including 2 million fatalities. This period witnessed significant engagements such as the Battle of Kursk and the lifting of the Siege of Leningrad. Despite demonstrating greater strategic acumen and making fewer tactical errors, the Soviets confronted a formidable German army, leading to sustained high casualty rates despite their numerous offensives. The Battle of Kursk in particular marked a crucial turning point in the war, as the Soviets successfully repelled the German offensive, inflicting heavy losses on the enemy. However, the ferocity of the fighting and the resilience of the German forces exacted a very heavy toll on the Red Army. But why were Soviet casualties so high at Kursk? Even though the Soviets fully prepared for the German onslaught, here is why. The period from 1943 to the summer saw significant challenges for the Soviets due to operational and tactical deficiencies. Many Soviet units were inexperienced, as the casualties suffered from 1941 to the spring of 1943 had decimated the pre-war military and trained forces. This lack of experience was compounded by the ongoing evolution and improvement of the German
One of our
forces
ex-presidents
as
is
they
literally
gained their
spreading fake
authorized
news that the
strength by
global
summer of
warming is not
1943.
happening. That's very
Additionally,
sad to
the
hear.
Germans held technological superiority in terms of air power and tanks, with their artillery arm being better trained and equipped despite numerical inferiority. During the Citadel operation, the Germans were able to unleash 3 times as many artillery rounds as the Soviets, resulting in significantly higher casualties for the latter in positional warfare scenarios, plus many Soviet armored formations lacked proper training in many aspects. Subsequent Soviet offensives faced coordination challenges, allowing the Germans to conduct a fighting withdrawal despite being bogged down at Kursk. Poorly executed Soviet advances against General Model's well-prepared defensive positions during Operation Kutuzov led to disproportionate casualties despite numerical superiority. Similarly, during the Belgorod-Kharkov offensive, the Soviets suffered heavy losses despite overwhelming advantages in numbers, equipment and resources. Inexperienced Soviet units, such as the rebuilt 5th Tank Army, struggled against seasoned German formations, resulting in substantial casualties. However, the Soviets' ability to replenish their ranks with conscripts from liberated territories allowed them to maintain momentum despite the staggering losses. Thus, while some claim Soviet operational prowess, the summer fighting of 1943 was characterized by poor tactical and operational performance, mitigated only by the Soviets' ability to absorb losses and replenish their forces with fresh recruits. Beyond the pivotal Battle of Kursk, the Donetsk Basin played host to several other significant events and developments in 1943. Notably, the region's strategic importance stemmed from its industrial prowess, particularly in coal and steel production. Serving as a crucial resource hub for both the Soviet Union and Germany, the Donbass became a prime target for military operations. The Soviet victory in the region forced the German army into a rapid retreat of over 300 kilometers to the Panta-Wotan line along the Dnieper River, still under construction. This retreat inflicted further blows on the already battered German forces while exacting a heavy toll on the Soviets, with approximately 300,000 Soviet casualties adding to the grim death toll of 1943. From June 1944 to May 1945, the Red Army confronted a German military that had been significantly weakened by engagement.
Sub 300 errors, gang. Let's fucking go.
The Soviets endured approximately 6 million casualties during
Now
this
it's
period,
technically exactly
including
300, but let's
1.2
see what we
million
got.
Fatalities.
300
Operation
minus-
Bagration was a significant Soviet offensive conducted against Germany from June 23rd to August 19th, 1944, on the Eastern Front of World War II. This offensive, launched in coordination with the Normandy invasion, capitalized on the declining military strength of the Germans and the growing unreliability of Germany's allies. The Soviet Red Army aimed to exploit this opportunity by delivering a devastating blow to the Germans, comparable in scale to the losses suffered by the Soviets during Operation Barbarossa. Here is when the Soviets really upped their game in power and coordination. The German losses are terrible, as well the Soviets with over 500,000 casualties in this operation. During this date, we also saw the Battle of Courland. The German forces, primarily comprised of the remnants of Army Group North, were encircled by the Soviet Red Army in the Courland region of Latvia. This pocket became a unique theatre of war as the Germans held out for months despite being cut off from the rest of their forces. A notable part of this struggle saw intense fighting as the Germans attempted to break out of the encirclement. However, they were ultimately unsuccessful and the Courland pocket remained until the end of the war, with its defenders surrendering to the Soviets in May 1945. But again, casualties were substantial, with over 160,000 Soviet casualties. We also saw big battles in Romania, Hungary and the Czech Republic, the decisive Vistula Oder offensive, the battle to Berlin. In April 1945, Marshal Ivan Konev recounted an important meeting with Stalin and Zhukov, where Stalin inquired about who would seize Berlin first, the Soviets or the Allies. Konev boldly asserted that the Soviets would triumph, even surpassing the Anglo-Americans. The Battle of Berlin witnessed staggering Soviet casualties, largely due to the intense rivalry among Soviet commanders. Stalin's paranoia about a race with the Western Allies spurred him to push for an early capture of Berlin, disregarding military pragmatism. Stalin deliberately stoked competition between Zhukov and Konev, fostering a quest for personal glory. This fostered a reckless advance at any cost mindset, overlooking the toll on troops and strategic coherence. The rivalry between Soviet commanders became particularly palpable when Berlin had been completely encircled and the Western Allies were out of the equation. One corps commander of the 8th Guards Army, part of Zhukov's first Belarusian front, told war correspondent Vasily Grossman during the last days of fighting, "Now we should be scared not of the enemy, but of our neighbours. I've ordered that the burnt-out tanks should be used to block our neighbours from getting to the Reichstag. There's nothing more depressing in Berlin than
literally
learning about
immediately.
the successes of your neighbour." His superior general,
Literally
Vasily
just
Zhukov,
ratting.
commanding the 8th Guards Army, was even
of course
more
I don't
forceful.
hear a
He pushed his
thing.
left flank across the front of the 3rd Guards Tank Army of Konev's 1st Ukrainian Front to head it off the axis which led to the Reichstag. He did not even warn General Rybalko of the 3rd Guards Tank Army, so this almost certainly led to the slaughter of many of his own men under the artillery shells and rockets of the 1st Ukrainian Front. One officer in Zhukov's 1st Belarusian Front accurately summed up both forms of rivalry that made Soviet commanders so extravagant with their men's lives in one dangerous joke. If Konev defeats Zhukov in the race for the Reichstag, Zhukov will shoot himself in the head, but if our Western allies seize the Reichstag before Konev and Zhukov and put an American or a British victory flag in place at the top, Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria, head of the NKVD secret police, will shoot both Zhukov and Konev in their heads. The situation in Berlin was further exacerbated by the relentless determination of the final German defenders, comprising various SS and Heer units, who fiercely resisted until the bitter end. This unwavering commitment resulted in a catastrophic scenario for both sides involved in the conflict. The Soviet forces, driven by an American
Modern food science has literally created thousands of artificial chemical ingredients that never existed before.
American or a British victory flag in place at the top. Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria, head of the NKVD secret police, will shoot both Zhukov and Konev in their heads. The situation in Berlin was
that is wild. Holy
by
shit.
the relentless determination of the final German defenders, comprising the SS and Heer units, who fiercely resisted until the bitter end. This unwavering commitment resulted in a catastrophic scenario for both sides involved in the conflict.
Sorry,
Soviet
guys,
forces,
excuse me.
driven
Fuck.
by their fervent desire to capture the Reichstag, engaged in intense combat, sparing no
My nose
effort
is
to
just so
achieve their
runny.
objective.
It's
Meanwhile,
fucking with my
the
throat,
desperate
making me
German
cough.
defenders, fully aware of the dire circumstances, refused to yield, fighting with unyielding resolve until they met their demise. The Soviets would suffer around 360,000 casualties during the final battle. Historian Roger Rees summarized it pretty accurately. In his book, he stated, "I conclude that the Red Army was effective because it was able to keep fighting, despite weak, large and small unit leadership, inadequate training, slipshod planning, unreliable logistics, confusing command structures, meddlesome political interference, a disrupted economy, and above all, massive casualties." The primary factor contributing to the exceptionally high casualties, as explained in this video, lies in the utilization of wave tactics and the lack of coordination during the initial years of the war. The Soviet High Command struggled to assert control early on, lacking a cohesive strategy or adequate support. Instead, they often resorted to mass deployment of troops into combat zones, hoping for favorable outcomes. This approach led to staggering losses as soldiers were sent into battle without clear objectives or effective coordination, and a complete lack of regard for their own men, exacerbating the already dire situation on the Eastern Front. Once more, a significant contributing factor to the challenges faced by the Soviet military stemmed from a severe lack of military structure. This deficiency was exacerbated by Stalin's purges, which targeted many experienced commanders and officers. As a result, the Soviet forces struggled to maintain effective leadership and coordination, hindering their ability to respond efficiently to the demands of warfare. The loss of seasoned personnel further compounded the difficulties faced by the Soviet Union on the battlefield, adding to the already complex and demanding nature of the conflict. Furthermore, the presence of political commissars and the implementation of severe consequences for retreating added to the challenges faced by the Soviet military. The policy of not one step back instilled by Stalin resulted in harsh penalties, including execution for soldiers who retreated or showed signs of cowardice. This created an atmosphere of fear and distrust within the ranks, as soldiers were compelled to continue fighting even in dire circumstances. The fear of facing repercussions from political commissars, coupled with the ruthless enforcement of the not one step back policy, led to instances where Soviet troops felt compelled to advance even when the odds were against them, and even joined the German volunteer units. This all often resulted in unnecessary casualties and exacerbating the already grim situation on the battlefield. A pervasive fear of Stalin among the high command of the Soviet military led to a culture of obedience where commanders followed his directives without question, regardless of the consequences. This fear stemmed from Stalin's reputation for ruthless purges and the severe repercussions for those who dared to defy him. As a result, many high-ranking officers were hesitant to challenge Stalin's decisions or offer alternative strategies, even when they believed it could lead to disaster on the battlefield. This culture of fear and obedience contributed to a lack of innovation and critical thinking within the Soviet military leadership, ultimately impacting their ability to effectively respond to the challenges of warfare. Additionally, there was a notable lack of regard for human life within the Soviet leadership, leading to a callous approach where soldiers were sent into battle without proper consideration for their safety or well-being, training or organization. This disregard for the value of life resulted in a relentless strategy of sending wave after wave of soldiers into combat, regardless of the staggering casualties incurred. The focus was primarily on achieving military objectives at any cost, without adequate regard for the human toll exacted by such tactics. This approach further compounded the already tragic loss of life experienced by Soviet troops during World War II. The number of Soviet prisoners of war who perished in German captivity during World War II is estimated to be tragically high. It is believed that millions of Soviet soldiers were captured by German forces during the course of the war. However, due to the harsh conditions in German prisoner of war camps, including inadequate food, medical care, and brutal treatment, a significant portion of these POWs did not survive their captivity. Estimates suggest that the death toll among Soviet POWs in German custody ranges from around 2 to 3 million, making it one of the deadliest aspects of the conflict for Soviet soldiers. That's what makes it particularly tragic, is the realization that the majority of Soviet soldiers were ordinary individuals, just like you and me. They were thrust into the horrors of war by Stalin's regime and treated as expendable pawns in a ruthless game of power. Sent into one deadly engagement after another, their lives were sacrificed without regard for their humanity or well-being. Regardless of one's stance on the war, the immense loss of life endured by the Soviet soldiers is undeniably heartbreaking. And with that, we conclude our video. As always, I'm eager to hear your opinions and thoughts in the comments below, so don't hesitate to drop a comment. And if you enjoyed the content, remember to hit the like button and subscribe to support the channel. You can also find my Patreon and Instagram links down below. A big thank you to all my Patreon supporters for their continued support. Today's journey has been quite interesting as we delve into these crucial details of history. But for now, it's time to bid you farewell. I look forward to our next historical adventure together. Until then, goodbye for now.
One of the biggest sales ever.
One of the biggest sales ever. 30 beef sticks for just $30. Try for just $1 each.
On April 12, 1945,
Shut the fuck up!
Franklin Delano Roosevelt suddenly dies, less than 6 months after winning election to serve a record 4th term. But how did that last election play out? What concerns were there about his health? What were Roosevelt's final months actually like? I'm Andy Nidell. This is a World War II in real-time special about the latter part of Franklin Roosevelt's life. Okay, let's go back to the summer of 1944 and the start of that 4th election campaign. FDR, that's Franklin Delano Roosevelt, has been in office since 1933. He took office when over half the states had closed their banks in the depths of the Depression. After winning re-election in 1936, he won an unprecedented 3rd term in 1940 by a margin of 5 million votes. When the war began, he balanced the demands of the interventionist and isolationist wings of American politics and public opinion before responding decisively to the 1941 Pearl Harbor attack. He then led America's transformation into a titanic war economy in the fight against the Axis powers. With the 1944 election on the horizon, though, Roosevelt faces a new set of challenges, bringing about the final victory against Germany and Japan and constructing a lasting peace in the shadow of the looming tensions between the West and the Soviet Union. But perhaps the greatest challenge of all for Roosevelt is his own health. By health, I'm not talking about the lower body paralysis he has suffered from since the 1920s. That wasn't really a factor in any of his campaigns, and the US public was well aware of it. You might be surprised to hear that. So maybe we can do a little bit of myth busting. People knew that Franklin Roosevelt suffered from a paralytic illness. He suffered that illness in the summer of 1921. At the time, and for long after, it was thought to be polio, but more recent medical opinion will claim Guillain-Barré syndrome. Roosevelt was already a well-known public figure at that time. He had been the Democratic vice presidential candidate in the 1920 election. After getting sick, he withdrew from public life for treatment and rehabilitation, and during that time, there was open discussions as to his health. In September 1921, the New York Times correctly reported that Roosevelt had lost the use of his legs, although they said it would only be temporary. Over the next 2 decades, he does often talk about his experience. He gives many newspaper interviews from the spa at Warm Springs, Georgia. He also campaigns for money for research for the fight against infantile paralysis and receives disabled children at the White House once elected president. And why isn't it a bigger deal, considering the general attitude towards disabled people in the 1930s? Well, what people don't necessarily know is just how disabled Roosevelt really is. Many people have no idea that he never regained any function below the waist. And he, his wife Eleanor, and their staff worked hard to create that image. Of course, they don't present him as being completely recovered from paralysis. That would be impossible. Instead, they build a picture of a man who fought hard to recover some of the function in his legs. This, they hope, will reassure the public that he is physically strong enough to endure the rigors of political life. In 1927, he gives an interview in which he claims that the curative effect of the waters at Warm Springs has allowed him to abandon one of his leg braces and to give up crutches for a simple walking stick. He also presents himself as living an active lifestyle, enjoying swimming, riding horses, and driving a car. But the reality is quite different. Sure, Roosevelt can swim using his upper body. He can ride a horse for a short time, too, and his car is modified with special hand controls. But the truth is that he is unable to walk unassisted, and in private, he uses a wheelchair. So, how do they maintain this fiction with the eyes of the world upon him as president? Well, he never uses the wheelchair in public, and instead, despite his claims to the contrary, he relies on heavy steel braces that lock at the knee and are covered by specially tailored pants. His administration also makes a deal with the press. No photos or films of him in his wheelchair or being helped into or out of his car. For the most part, the press obliges, but not entirely. His disability does not play a role in the 1944 elections. It's actually the decline in his overall health that might be the issue. This is particularly apparent after his return from the Tehran conference in December 1943. After the 27,000-kilometer round trip, he develops a violent cough, begins losing weight, and suffers from extreme fatigue. In March 1944, a cardiologist diagnoses the 62-year-old president with reduced lung capacity, high blood pressure, acute bronchitis, and congestive heart failure. Although some of his symptoms improve afterwards, both that cardiologist and his personal physician agree that Roosevelt would not be able to complete another 4-year term of office. But that does not put him off. His administration reassures the American public that their president is in the best of health. On June 9th, his physician, Ross McIntyre, tells the New York Times that right now his health is as good as at any time in the last year. None of his advisors or cabinet secretaries express any doubts publicly. Okay, that's to be expected, but his own family are also on board. Eleanor Roosevelt knows that her husband is weaker since the Tehran conference, but she will later say, "I knew without asking that as long as the war was on, it was a foregone conclusion that Franklin, if he was well enough, would run again." Things are a bit different behind closed doors within the Democratic Party. Many leading figures are shocked by his decline when they meet him in person, and they too don't expect him to complete a 4th term. This means the choice of vice president assumes more importance. Many Democratic delegates and party leaders are no fan of incumbent Vice President Henry Wallace, who they consider too left-leaning. They put pressure on Roosevelt to dump Wallace and choose someone else. Roosevelt yields to the pressure at the Democratic convention in July and chooses Missouri Senator Harry Truman. Roosevelt wins the Democratic nomination, but the questions over his health become even more prominent when the presidential campaign really kicks off. His opponent, Thomas Dewey, is a moderate Republican who does support the United Nations and U.S. engagement in international affairs. His attacks on Roosevelt then focus heavily on the president's health and make claims that his tired government has been infiltrated by communists. Roosevelt's campaign strategy rests on his undeniable popularity and his status as wartime leader. But the Democratic Party leadership believes Roosevelt has to prove his strength and stamina. This is especially true as more and more photos of him looking increasingly frail are published. He is still capable of bursts of energy, though. On September 23rd, he gives a speech to the Teamsters Union at the Statler Hotel in Washington, D.C. The Fala speech, as it becomes known, goes down as one of his best performances. Time magazine writes, "The old master still had it. Franklin Roosevelt was at his best." Democratic Party Chair Robert Hannigan wants to capitalize on this with a series of rallies in New York, Pittsburgh, Chicago, and Cleveland. Initially, though, and likely because of a combination of health concerns and war commitments, the White House announces the president will not be making any more public appearances. Hannigan, though, continues pushing for a big public campaign, and the White House agrees once negative headlines start coming out. So on October 21st, Franklin Roosevelt braves heavy autumn wind and rain for a motorcade tour of New York. Huge crowds turn out to see the president, who ignores recommendations of wearing a hat and coat. His speeches at the Brooklyn Army Base and at Ebbets Field are well received, and the New York Times reports that this puts to bed rumors of his failing health. The election itself is held November 7th, 1944, and the final result is a decisive victory for FDR. In the popular vote, he wins 3 million more votes than Dewey, a 7.5% margin, and he wins the electoral vote 432 to 99. Soon enough, the time comes for Roosevelt to begin his fourth term. His inaugural address, January 20th, 1945, is the shortest since George Washington's second one in 1793. It's just 5 minutes long and is given with little pomp and circumstance at the South Portico of the White House. With an eye on the post-war world and the United Nations, Roosevelt tells his audience,
"And so today, in this year of war, 1945, we have learned lessons at a fearful cost, and we shall profit by them. We have learned that we cannot live alone, at peace, that our own well-being is dependent on the well-being of other nations far away. We have learned to be citizens of the world, members of the human community."
2 days later, he heads off for the Yalta Conference. We covered that in great detail back in February, so check that out. It is here that the other Allied leaders witness his decline firsthand. Winston Churchill's doctor notes that the president is a very sick man with only a few months to live. On March 1st, back in the States, Roosevelt addresses Congress to report on the conference. Interestingly, he opens with a rare public admission of his frailty.
"I hope that you will pardon me for an unusual posture of sitting down during the presentation of what I want to say, but I know that you will realize that it makes it a lot easier for me in not having to carry about 10 pounds of steel around on the bottom of my legs, and also because of the fact that I have just completed a 14,000-mile trip."
He elaborates on just what unconditional surrender means. Well, he's talking about Germany this day. And he tells Congress that the Allies will destroy German militarism, but not destroy Germany itself. This will all involve the temporary control of Germany by Great Britain, the Soviet Union, France, and the United States. Each of these nations will occupy and control a separate zone of Germany, and the administration of the 4 zones will be coordinated in Berlin by a control council composed of the representatives of the 4 nations. Unconditional surrender means something else. It means the termination of all militaristic influence in the public, private, and cultural life of Germany. It means for the Nazi war criminals a punishment that is speedy, just, and severe. It means that Germany will have to make reparations, but they shall not be in cash, but in factories, machinery, rolling stock, and raw materials. Roosevelt says, "We do not want the German people to starve or to become a burden on the rest of the world." The speech goes well, but his health soon takes another turn for the worse. The round trip to Yalta on the Black Sea has really taken it out of him, but still he ignores the rest periods prescribed by his physician. Eleanor notes that her husband is unwilling to spend long periods of time with other people. Roosevelt arrives at Warm Springs on March 30th, 1945, with dark circles under his eyes, obvious weight loss, and an overall aura of fatigue. He hopes that a few weeks of rest will rejuvenate him ahead of the United Nations conference in San Francisco, which is scheduled to begin April 25th. At first, this does seem to do the trick. The presidential physician notes, within a week, there was a decided and obvious improvement in his appearance and sense of well-being. He had begun to eat with appetite, rested beautifully, and was in excellent spirits. On April 9th, Roosevelt sits for a portrait by the artist Elizabeth Shaumatov. She later says that he was full of jokes and made very interesting dinner conversation about Churchill and Stalin. But that all changes just a few days later, the afternoon of April 12th, 1945. 4,422 days into his presidency, Franklin Delano Roosevelt dies of a brain hemorrhage. The White House announces the news later that evening, and reactions quickly arrive from around the world. In London, the House of Commons adjourns as a show of respect. This is the first time that a foreign head of state has been granted such an honor. In Moscow, Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov speaks at length to American Ambassador Averell Harriman of the great respect that Stalin and the Soviet people had for the president. Harriman telegrams the State Department to say he has never heard Molotov talk so earnestly. In Berlin, Adolf Hitler greets the news with joy. Down in the bowels of the Führer bunker, he proclaims something along the lines of, "Here we have the great miracle that I have always foretold. The war is not lost." The response is somewhat different across the world in Japan, where new Japanese Prime Minister Kantaro Kangaroo Suzuki issues a statement pretty full of respect. I must admit that Roosevelt's leadership has been very effective and has been responsible for the Americans' advantageous position today. For that reason, I can easily understand the great loss his passing means to the American people, and my profound sympathy goes out to them. Hundreds of thousands of Americans line the route carrying Roosevelt's body from Georgia to Washington, and perhaps as many as 500,000 people turn out for the procession through the streets of the Capitol on April 14th. There's a private funeral at the White House after that, and the body is transported to Hyde Park, New York, where Roosevelt was born, for burial the next day. One significant figure missing from things, though, is Winston Churchill. Questions are raised. Did Churchill not attend for political reasons? Was it perhaps envy at Roosevelt's position as chief Allied leader? Officially, Churchill's explanation is more prosaic. With other ministers out of the country, he says he is needed in Parliament. He sends Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden instead. What is without any doubt is Churchill's strong affection for FDR. He telegraphs Roosevelt's advisor and liaison with Allied leaders, Harry Hopkins, "I feel a very painful personal loss, quite apart from the ties of public action. I had a true affection for Franklin. Churchill will deeply regret missing the funeral." Roosevelt's administration has permanently altered the way the American government intervenes in public life. It becomes generally accepted that the government support those in need. The debate becomes a question of to what extent. And agencies established during Roosevelt's time, like the Securities and Exchange Commission, will continue to regulate the private sector. His Democratic presidential successors over the next couple decades, Truman, John F. Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson, will channel Roosevelt's legacy with their economic and social programs like the Fair Deal, the New Frontier, and the Great Society. In other aspects of public life, such as civil rights, Roosevelt's legacy is more complicated. He was popular among African Americans, Catholics, and Jews, but he also expelled hundreds of thousands of Mexicans and Mexican Americans from the country in the first half of his administration. Although, to be fair, the Mexican repatriation began during the Hoover administration, and that's when the majority of the deportations happened. There's also the wartime internment of Japanese Americans, something Eleanor Roosevelt disagreed with. She will remain very popular post-war and will continue to advocate for the civil rights of African Americans and Asian Americans and those of war refugees. And what about international affairs? What would the world look like without U.S. Lend-Lease supplies to Britain and the Soviet Union during the war? Without millions of American troops who fought through North Africa, Europe, and the Pacific? Without churning out thousands and thousands of B-17s, Liberty ships, and Sherman tanks? As we saw a few years ago, there were plenty of people who wanted the U.S. to stay out of the war. And even as Roosevelt increased financial industrial and political support for the Allies in 1939, 40, and 41, he did his best to avoid direct involvement for as long as he could. In the end, even though his hand was forced by Pearl Harbor and Hitler's declaration of war, it's hardly an exaggeration to say that his choices ensured the survival of the liberal democratic world. Whatever the faults and hypocrisies of his and America's domestic and international policies, America joining the war enabled and hastened the defeat of the Axis powers. And not just that, his staunch opposition to imperialism and America's growing dominance of the Western world weakened the legitimacy of the British, French, and Dutch empires. Some of that definitely comes from a place of cold realpolitik. Britain is now saddled with massive debts to the Americans, and the decline of the imperial age can only strengthen America's position in global affairs. But all that is for the future, the world post-1945. It is now for Harry Truman to finish the job Roosevelt began. War still rages on. Hey, I mentioned we did a special about the Yalta Conference, right? It is more of an extravaganza, hosted by myself.
Building muscle, learning fellowship, acquiring camp spirit.
It looked like any summer camp in America. It looked normal, but it wasn't normal. It was Nazi camp. In the 1930s, there were these camps all across the country.
They were indoctrinating centers. That's what they were for. As well as for protecting the purity and the health of your superior breed.
Damn.
The camps were the creation of something called the German-American Bund. The Bund's vision was an America ruled by white Christians. And they thought that Nazism was entirely consistent with American ideals.
My fellow Americans, what would George Washington think and do were he alive today? Would he not plead with his thinking, the loyal and law-abiding people, the true Christian Americans?
The German-American Bund is after power. They're after influence within the very fabric of the United States. They want their ideas to become mainstream. And they want people to embrace those ideas.
They were against democracy and thought that America would be a kind of star in a constellation of pro-Nazi governments around the world.
We assume that democracy is something that all Americans embrace. But in the 1930s, there were people in the United States.
Are they
who were
all
ready
named
to try
Elu,
something different.
or is it a solo? I'm so confused.
The game probably just bugged.
Yeah, because it just said his name over and over for each role that
Right.
they got for winning.
Right.
Pursue tomorrow. Liberty Mutual Insurance is a proud sponsor of American Experience.
They got in-video ads? That's crazy.
In the 1930s, lots of Americans thought the whole social order was about to collapse. Capitalism, democracy, they were done for, and something else was going to have to come along to take its place. And a lot of people thought that was going to be fascism.
In the 1930s, one of the largest fascist groups in the United States was the German-American Bund. Bund simply means organization, but fundamentally, this is an American organization. They believe in a pure nation. They believe in a strong nation. They believe that government is best when it is organized in a hierarchical way with a powerful dictator at the top, and that this would improve America.
We have no time nor excuse to be idle. So march along with the Bund.
The popularity of the Bund showed that there were certain elements of the fascist vision that had real appeal in the United States.
We have to fight for our rights.
When you look at American fascism in the 1920s and 30s, the outcome of German fascism had not yet happened and was not known. We have the benefit of hindsight, but Americans at the time didn't know where it was going to go.
As foreign as this might seem, fascist ideology tapped into some deep historical realities, dark realities, in America. So the United States was fertile ground for groups like the German-American Bund to emerge.
The United States in the 1920s is a place of powerful divisions. It is a place of deep anti-Semitism, and it is a place that has very formal racial segregation.
The separation of races was something that Americans have been doing for centuries, but they've been doing it legally since the end of the Civil War through Jim Crow. The body of laws as well as habits and customs that kept white and black people apart in public spaces. In fact, the whole structure of racism in America had broad popular support.
In the 1920s, one of the biggest organizations in the United States was the Ku Klux Klan, which was not only anti-black, it was anti-Jew, it was anti-immigrant, and those weren't marginal ideas.
In 1924, 4 to 5 million people were in the Ku Klux Klan, including a couple dozen senators and congressmen. The Klan's basic message was a combination of white Christian nationalism combined with family values, which was a message that was appealing to millions of people.
Father Coughlin, Charles Coughlin, known as the radio priest, every week went on the air to 14 million listeners, basically warning the country that Jews were destroying it.
We are Christian insofar as we believe in Christ's principle of love your neighbor as yourself. And with that principle, I challenge every Jew in this nation to tell me that he does not believe in it.
Of course, they picked the one clip where he's talking about Jews, bro. That's crazy.
In the United States. And at this point, it's out in the open.
So real.
The most famous
It's Joe Real right there, bro.
in America was probably Henry Ford.
Henry Ford was an inventor, an extraordinary capitalist, but he used his wealth to promote some of the most virulent anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. He published a notorious book called The International Jew and had it distributed widely around the country. Millions of people might have heard of this book, but never actually seen it. Well, Ford took care of that.
At that time, anti-Semitic and white supremacist ideas were supported by a pseudo-scientific movement that was wildly popular in Europe and in the United States called eugenics.
What is the bearing of the laws of heredity upon human affairs? Eugenics provides the answer, so far as this is known. Eugenics seeks to apply the known laws of heredity so as to prevent the degeneration of the race and improve its inborn quality.
Eugenics said that white supremacy was biologically determined and could be proven, as could the identities of the inferior, so-called inferior races. It rationalized white supremacism by apparently giving it a scientific basis. Laws were based on these ideas.
In 1924, the United States passes the Johnson-Reed Act, which puts a quota system on people immigrating into the United States from Europe. Under this new law, roughly 90% of them are going to come from Northern European countries, aka white.
All this led right-wing groups like the German-American Bund to believe that they would actually have a receptive audience in America, because, look, Americans had cast themselves as a white nation.
We are decidedly not preaching un-Americanism or anything basically new. We have an Asiatic Exclusion Act, Jim Crow laws, and a complicated system of immigration quotas, differentiating even between the various white people. It has then always been very much American.
The leader of the Bund was a naturalized American citizen named Fritz Julius Kuhn. Kuhn had some bold ambitions. He presented himself as an American Führer, and his vision was to become the absolute leader, the absolute dictator of this organization that he claims is going to take control of the United States.
Let me welcome you in the name of our local unit, the German American Bund of Brooklyn. And I'd like to tell you a few words about our purpose and aims.
He imagined that he was going to build a distinctively American version of Nazism. Because America's problem is that it has too many differences. It has too many races, all mingled together, too many languages. This country can't possibly survive for a long time in such a crazy state. It should be organized, it should be disciplined, and it should be unified by one charismatic leader.
Kuhn's path to the United States was somewhat typical for men of his generation who had lived through World War I, only to experience the economic ruin that Germany went through in the early 1920s.
European society was devastated after World War I, and Germans,
No
as the
plates.
losing side of the war, were especially affected. You had hyperinflation, you had unemployed soldiers, unemployed workers, all desperate. Everyone was looking for a solution.
Ленинское предвидение сбылось. Фронт империализма был сорван.
A lot of people thought that communism was the answer. But others were very, very worried that revolutionaries were coming, that property would be abolished, and this infection would spread. In Europe, one main ideological counter to communism was fascism.
Our association of fascism with the Second World War, and particularly with the Holocaust, isn't a set of associations that anyone had in the 1920s.
People looked at the fascist Italian dictator Mussolini and said, Mussolini has solved Italy's economic crisis by suppressing the communists, by getting rid of parliament, getting rid of divisive political parties. And he's basically asked Italians to trust him and his vision of a united country.
Fascism was a word that was coined by Mussolini to identify his political movement. It says that in order to reclaim the strength and the purity and the nobility of your country, you need to purify your nation of the wrong people to get back to what the nation is supposed to be.
It's essentially a white nationalist movement. So a lot of Americans were intrigued by fascism, at least in its Italian form.
I am very glad to be able to express my friendly feelings towards the American nation, my fellow citizens who are working to make America great.
In Germany, Adolf Hitler's Nazi party is first seen as a very marginal group of thugs. Hitler rises to power on one promise to save Germany. And to save Germany, he's going to get rid of the communists and the Jews.
I just thought you were talking about the errors. I was like, bro, I only have 83 left to fix.
Early days of the Nazi Party. He claimed that he had been part of Hitler's failed coup attempt in 1923.
Kuhn is emblematic of this generation of young German men who feel that they are the victims of the outcome of the First World War. They want unity, they want comradeship, but most of all, they want employment.
So in
Hey, Tovarishi. As you may know, me, Hakeem, and JT from Second Thought have started a podcast called The Deprogrammed, a truly international, weekly, semi-edgy politics, news, and philosophy show spanning pretty much the whole world, from the Balkans to Iraq and the United States. Find it on your preferred audio platforms through one of the links in the description.
I'll never forget how confused I was for the first time when I met a boy, no, a man who was jealous of his own father. His dad had bought a new car, and he was left with an old one. His dad, his blood, the very man who gave him life, was no longer just a parent, seen through that prism, but a business associate, a bank, a financial partner, and even competitor. The family commodified. Engels, who doubled both as Marx's literary and philosophical partner, as well as the sugar daddy to beat all other sugar daddies, published a very important and relatively controversial to this day piece of literature not long after Marx had passed. Based on his own thoughts and research, those of Marx and of a Louis Henry Morgan, a 19th century anthropologist and advocate for Native American rights, he published The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. In it, he discusses the development of human society and the family, while his views on the different stages of social growth, from what he calls primitive communism to today's capitalism, are incredibly interesting, though a bit debunked by the anthropological community. His views on capitalism's impact on the so-called bourgeois family is absolutely fascinating. People whose whole career is based in conspiratorial fear-mongering have been misquoting the Marxian stance on family since the good old Cold War, pitching the idea that somehow they want to derail everything and anything you hold dear.
You Gopnik moment, let's go.
Throwing them in the town square to be raised by the commune, or telling parents how to look after their kids, and other such nonsense. All this couldn't be further from the truth. Engels's book, if anything, implies that the very modern ideals of familiar connection based on love, community, and care have been corrupted by one simple thing: the financial relationship and dependence these family members share. Now, what does that exactly mean? Well, let's take a deep dive. To simplify greatly, and I do mean greatly, according to Engels, there were 3 stages to the development of the family. The first stage was when we established a difference between generations and allowed only the formation of families between those in similar ones, a period where relationships between parents and children no longer occurred, a stage which differentiated us from animals. The second stage extended the taboo to relationships between siblings as well, but due to a lack of knowledge at the time, relationships between first cousins most likely still occurred. In the final stage, which occurred eons ago for the first time, the husband had one primary wife. Inbreeding was practically eradicated, and monogamy as a concept slowly arose into the mainstream. It is in this third stage, the monogamous relationship between two people, that we see the economic impact wealth and property begin having on our actions and values. For example, it's sound to believe that polygamy was still common amongst men, but no longer amongst women, since their fidelity was what ensured the child's legitimacy. Ownership was still passed down from generation to generation, but from sibling to sibling. It's only in the establishment of primitive feudal and later bourgeois societies that we saw the concept of inheritance, as we know it today, to having developed. Hoarding wealth, land, serfdoms, and power made little sense if there was nobody to give it to upon your passing. When the accumulation of capital, wealth you can use to make more wealth, and private property, land and buildings used to actively generate
How capitalism ruined the family.
money, began to play a key role in everyone's hierarchical position in the world, it slowly but surely seeped its way into the family structure. Engels' argument is as follows. 2 partners will always have the preservation of inheritance in mind, and as such will never be truly and in its entirety free to choose their partners. The only couple that can wholeheartedly believe their relationship is founded on true compatibility and that their love for one another and their children is unobstructed by anything except the relationships themselves are the proletariat. Because the working class owns little and can offer nothing except knowledge and wisdom to their partner and kids, their love is uncorrupted by the inherently prostitution-like nature of the capital-oriented family. To explain a bit more simply, so-called capitalist families which own larger businesses, rent extracting land, condos and apartments put out for rent, or who are very large stock owners and corporate board members, have linked themselves to massive money-making industries, and as such cannot be truly seen as separate individuals when looking to start a family. The relationship is no longer between two people, but one between two people and their capital. Mike, who owns a Fortune 500 company, can no longer just be Mike. He's Fortune 500 Mike, and his marriage and relations to his children will forever reflect that. The proletariat is not left unscathed by this either, as it's coerced into attempting to marry into the bourgeois class in order to better its ever-diminishing status in society. As instruments for financial independence grow ever rarer, with lower-paying jobs, higher unemployment, and a stagnant average wage in face of eternal inflation, the family becomes commodified, corrupted into being yet another instrument of wealth creation. But hey, that right there might seem like some kind of an emotional argument, saying that by turning ourselves into capitalists, we are transforming into something other than ourselves, and that therefore we'll never know if someone loves us for us or for our position in capitalist hierarchy. But what about people who don't care about those material things, you might ask? They certainly still exist, right? Well, yes and no. I mean, if we look at children inside of the capitalist framework, who literally represent the definition of a group that shouldn't care about your money, your literal offspring, we see that even their relationship to their parents has also, in extension, become a relationship with their parents' money. They turn from genetic offspring into potential future execs and current middle managers of their family's wealth. Engels and Marx see the family as a microcosm of the larger state. Within the family, he is the bourgeois, and the wife represents the proletariat. The husband who enjoys the fruit of this labor functions as the bourgeois because, though the wife is paid in room and board, the value he extracts from his wife far exceeds the cost of her upkeep. Some of you are probably familiar with the left's viewpoint towards this historical dichotomy in cis-straight relationships. It doesn't only apply to the housewife either. Modern capitalism, by not only introducing but forcing both partners into the workforce, has done two things. Doubled the amount of work required by the woman, who now has to toil away for a boss at work, and her husband at home, as well as almost completely annihilating the choice before any woman, or man for that matter, to dedicate their life to caring for the family due to
I will
most
return.
people's financial inability to do so. Basically, the economic model has only supplied both members of a monogamous relationship with more work and less time for their own family. Sure, it has rejected traditional patriarchal values to an extent, in hopes of boosting the labor pool with female workers, but it's only introduced women to obedience at work instead of obedience at home. But all that's very well discussed, especially by far more brilliant feminist scholars than myself. I'll let them tell their stories. What's talked about far less in the left, but is extremely misconstrued by the right, is capitalism's influence on the relationships we have with our kids or parents, respectively. I find it very unfortunate that the conversation about family and so-called family values has been kidnapped by conservative demagogues who mostly use it to sell homophobic and heavily patriarchal values. In a way, it's almost beautifully ironic. The very system those same neocon idiots are trying to sell you on as being a natural extension of the family is the one putting the most stress on it. In the olden days, very large families often stuck together for life or until marriage. The need for able-bodied farmers to reap the land and supply food for themselves and their children kept everyone in the same household.
All right, I'm back.
Grandparents got to actually see their grandkids, and adults could take care of their aging parents. The family unit was brought together due to the needs put on them by that system. As we've evolved into the modern capitalist framework, that has all but disappeared. It's not better or worse, it's just different. But what is undeniable is the economic model's impact on the family structure. Why is it so stressed that a kid should leave their parents' home at 18, either to receive gainful employment or pursue a university degree? Again, a few systematic reasons. The financial stress on the parents is to be alleviated as their careers have either peaked or are slowly descending in the local area's labor pool. The kids themselves are needed by that same labor pool as well, and are therefore encouraged to finally turn off the child in them and become not only an adult, but an adult worker. The religion of competition blows its whistle and pits millions of young adults against each other in the race to make their parents the proudest.
I was half health with one plate on, and a guy pushed me with full plates, full health, and I was in gas, and I killed him and put my teammate.
Hell yeah.
Because the economy needs fresh
last a lot.
Any family
No
who
way,
chooses
and
not
they're just
pursue that model is ostracized, where both the parents are seen as meek and the kids as lazy. But that's just one small random example. How many kids we have, on average, goes down the wealthier a country, with a few exceptions. This is often attributed to availability of birth control methods, a higher level of average education, and more opportunities being available to citizens. All factors which considerably impact that the average family has 1 or 2 kids versus, 7. But that's not all. Every child costs time and work, family labor, but also very real capital. And today, it costs more than it ever did in history. The opportunities our potential children can have are directly linked to how much we can invest in them. Education being the simplest of examples, tutors, private schools, and highly known and respected universities, or capital to start a firm, will skyrocket a child's chances of future economic success. Therefore, unless unfathomably wealthy, the family which wanted to grow shrinks massively in size due to the simple realization that we can sometimes only afford 1 child or 2. Not that we don't want more, but that the possibility for giving our all for a child financially diminishes with every next child born. Responsible parents are forced into thinking and calculating and analyzing their children as business ventures. The whole relationship adults and kids have with their parents is built around the collected wealth and capital the household possesses. It's either softened up thanks to the wealth sharing or heavily strained on because of the lack of it. Kids who aren't even workers or capitalists become an extension of whichever of the two their parents happen to be. Every high school has the rich kids, the middle, and a bunch of the downtrodden. Their first interaction with hierarchy of the adult world starts for them as an extension of the financial grouping their parents are in. And while for the modest child their love and respect for their parent will mostly depend on the genuine interpersonal relationships they have, for a family with any sort of wealth, the child is no longer just a member of the family, but a boss in training, working their parents towards the goal of one day inheriting all that wealth and responsibility. The financialization of everything has completely taken over the very definition we have of what it means to be a good parent or child. We're proud of our children if they depict ruthlessness and cunning we know is necessary for survival in today's world. We judge them based on their ability to keep carrying the capital we've accumulated past our own lives. In a weird, messed up way, we sometimes even grow jealous of our parents or our children. Your ability to take care of your old folks, if your relationship wasn't completely destroyed by the time they're pensioners, is completely based around your monetary capability to put them in a nice home, send them to nice vacations, or give them high-end medical coverage. Furthermore, how good of a parent you are almost completely revolves around your capabilities as a breadwinner, completely ignoring the equally, if not more important aspects of parenthood: time spent, love given, and wisdom passed on. Time spent with the family has also been crushed. On one side of the aisle, we're bombarded by work we take on gladly.
See you later, Radical. Have a good one, man. I'm probably going to end the stream here. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate your company. Have a good one.